to order on September 17th. Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Schlachter.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Barr.
Here.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Here.
Councilmember Grove.
Here.
Councilmember Peters.
Here.
Councilmember Reichart.
Here.
Councilmember Ryden is not with us yet. We do have quorum.
All right, thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, Council, everyone's had a chance to review the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, it's approved without objection. Item 4 is proclamations. There are none tonight. Item 5 is public comment period. Public comment period is time for members of the community to address council about opinions regarding issues that are not part of public hearings tonight's meeting. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. We expect comments to be civil. Disrespectful comments will not be tolerated. When you get to the end of your 3 minutes, I will let you know. Council is not authorized not authorized under the Colorado Open Meeting Laws to take action at this meeting on any issue raised by public comment that's not part of tonight's agenda. I may refer matters to the city manager or city attorney for immediate response or to staff to report back. We'll go through the list of people who've signed up first and then give an opportunity if you did not have a chance to sign up. Miriam Dunnan. If you want to come up to the podium here, the microphone's right there. If you please state your name and address when you're addressing council.
Good evening. My name is Miriam Dunnan. I live at 5599 South Windermere Street, apartment 302, Littleton 80120.
Go ahead.
Okay. First, I guess she's not here yet, but Gretchen
Ryden.
I called her, asked for help, and she really went to bat for me, and I thank her. Secondly, I live in an apartment complex called The Postmark, and I just want to report that it is a disgrace to the city of Littleton. They have trash that they don't get picked up. There's a lot of dirt, and it reminds me, I lived in New York City, it reminds me of the tenements of the Bronx. It is a disgrace, and they should be cited for their lack of cleanliness. Secondly, in my neighborhood down the street, and I wish I knew the name of the street, but I can't think of it. Down the street, there's a house for sale, and it's right by the corner where the school buses turn and go into the parking lot. And I wish I had the flyer, but I didn't have time to bring it. Anyway, that house is for sale for development of high-rise or condominiums or some kind of development that the city wants to have housing for lots of people. And that would be a real shame for the neighborhood because those school buses, they go by there, and the Buck Center's just down the street, and if you had a bunch of people in a small, it's going to cause a lot of traffic problems, and it's not going to be nice, and I wish you would look into that. Fourthly, I want to thank the police force of Littleton. They have helped me a lot. They are true blue, wonderful. Littleton is a big community, and they have a lot to do, and they have been there. Sometimes at night, I walk the streets at night sometimes, and I talk to the police officers, and they are kind and friendly, and I hope you all realize how lucky we are to have such a good police force. And also the South Metro Fire Department, oh my God, they are the best. They have taken me to the hospital when I need to go to the hospital, and they're all handsome except for one guy, and I won't mention his name, but they're handsome, and there's some beautiful women too. Bradford, she's really cute. Okay, finally, I'm not even gonna take 3 minutes, how about that? There's some parties coming up. This Friday, in the Ranky Brothers parking lot.
That is 3 minutes now, Miriam, thank you.
Is the time's up?
Time's up, thank you.
Okay, well, this is parties.
All right. And let the record show Councilmember Bryden is here now. Next up, Karen Talentire.
Choosing our own government is a fundamental right of Americans. Oh, Karen Talentire, 5356 South Clark. You were presented with information from our own Secretary of State's data showing that our voter data is so bad that it violates laws from the Constitution to the Help America Vote Act. You were shown that elections using this data are impossible to certify, unless the definition of certify is changed to say yes and amen to every word from the mouth of the Secretary of State. But we all know that is not certification. The presentation that Littleton received has now also been presented to Arapahoe County, Douglas County, Adams County, Elbert County, El Paso County, and Jefferson County. It's been presented to the Secretary of State and to law enforcement. Now Colorado has actually been sued for this dereliction of duty, along with Michigan, North Carolina, Texas, Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Georgia. This information was the result of a citizen audit. The citizen audit, as an external third-party audit, is, for obvious reasons, more valid than any audit carried out by election officials on election officials. That is an internal audit. And although those internal audits do have observers, they are members of the public selected for party membership, not for their knowledge and understanding of possible modes of election fraud. I see on the Arapahoe County website today that the county is putting forth a ballot question asking to get rid of Tabor, at least for some county purposes. They say a majority of residents want to see the county spend more money on services. This raises some questions. Does Arapahoe County keep track of tax revenues better than they keep track of voters? Does Arapahoe County even know how many people constitute a majority in the county? Does Arapahoe County know where these people live? Since the county seemed not to be aware for years that they had the oldest person in the world living in Englewood, until our beloved 118-year-old Heather L. Howell apparently passed away a few weeks ago. Can you think of any possible problems with a county that doesn't care about following election laws, putting on the ballot a question about whether they should take more of our money? If Arapahoe County refuses to follow election laws for this ballot question, they have not proved the legitimacy of the vote, and Littleton citizens do not owe them any more taxes. The sooner Littleton dissociates from county and state elections that do not follow Colorado election laws, the less culpability Littleton has in the whole huge mess. Thank you.
Karen, next up is Justin Ryder.
Hi, my name is Justin Ryder. I live at 2 Bradbury Lane. I'm a District 3 resident and a parent of an LPS kindergartner and pre-K student. I live at the intersection of Gallup Street and Bradbury Lane. I'd just like to remark I had a speech on ChatGPT, but I'm just going to stick to the high points. Basically, my concern is this intersection at Gallup and Bradbury. And last year, I came in after the unfortunate incident with the Euclid Middle School student with my concerns at this intersection. It was a very well-attended meeting, and there were a lot of valid concerns at that time. And since that time, I do want to thank the council and the city of Littleton for addressing several street safety issues. Have been paying attention to that and definitely looking forward to further improvements for the streets in the city of Littleton. At that point in particular, it's a major drop-off point for high schoolers, both car drop-off, bikes, pedestrians. It's also a major trail access point. And there's a fair number of elementary school students that use that trail to get to Runyon as well. I live right there at that corner, so I see a lot of close calls. I see a lot of people taking that corner very quickly. I am really concerned that that could be another spot for a potential accident. So I'm coming up here as a concerned parent, and I just want to further draw the attention of the council to this particular intersection. Neighbors have encouraged me to continue to come to these meetings. I've just been very busy, so this is the first time in a year that I've been able to make it. But it is still very important to me and something that I see every day coming back because school started and it's a lot busier again. Some things that neighbors have signed on to are maybe making it not a through street anymore, turning it into a dead-end street. I think a good compromise would be simply a stop sign at this turn, and maybe just slowing down traffic or other traffic calming measures. In the interest of time, I will, be taking these concerns to, I think it's the Planning Commission, not the Planning Committee. And I have a neighbor with experience on that as well. So hopefully we can get some movement in this particular intersection. Thank you, guys, for taking traffic safety so seriously. Definitely appreciate it. Let's keep up the good work. Thanks.
Thank you, Justin. Next up is Josh Stewart.
Hi, how are you guys? My name is Josh Stewart. I live at 555 West Davies Way. Many in our community just know me as Liam's dad. I want to thank you, City Council. I want to thank city staff. I appreciate the heart and the kindness that all of you have shown my family over the last year. It means more than you'll ever know. It really does. Just thank you. Tonight, we'll all be hearing about initiatives for safer streets in Littleton. This is a program that you should all take pride in. You planted the seed to make this grow. That takes courage. What I want to ask of you tonight is, while you think about safer streets, don't take the safest choice. What do I mean by that? Our streets aren't unsafe because they haven't been maintained. Just getting up to standard isn't enough. Our streets are unsafe because they haven't kept up with the changing world around us. 20 years ago, it wasn't normal to drive 2 recliners, a couch, and a love seat by yourself to work every day. 10 years ago, it wasn't normal for cars to weigh 6,000 pounds and do 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds. When you hear ideas, I ask you to challenge them. Are these ideas that worked over the last 20 years? Or are these ideas that will work for the next 20 years? Don't make the safe choice. Make the bold choice. Our streets are the biggest asset for our citizens. And there are many things we can do that make them work not just for motorists. Our streets are for everyone. I ask you today that when you consider these changes for our city, don't ask, would this have saved Liam? I want you to ask if these changes will make a difference for the children Liam was supposed to have. Thank you, guys. You've all been wonderful, and I appreciate you letting me have time here today.
Thank you, Josh. Next up is Greg Sullivan.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Greg Sullivan at 7775 South Hill Drive. Since the last time I was here at the council meeting, I met with the Environmental Stewardship Board to explain about the swale and trees and replace concrete at the new Costco development on West Mineral. They had no idea about this issue, had not been consulted. In the packet I gave you, you'll see 3 pictures that I sent to you. This is the pictures of the Costco Quincy site, 7,900. No setback from the main street, only about 25 feet. This place has lower population density than a federal prison. I don't imagine too many of their residents are going to be visiting Costco. However, Costco Mineral has a dense population and has and will have more than averaging over 1 million additional cars coming to Costco, according to the data that I can find on the internet. So there is a high social cost to this development project that's not being factored by the council and the city staff. Costco and other large stores causes what is known as the big box syndrome, and I told you about that in the packet I gave you. Comes from shoppers getting dizzy in Costco. This is on the internet and been verified as a medical condition. Walmart leading to obesity in children. These are all factors that go into these big box stores, but we want them because people like them. They like to shop there. So if you see pictures 4, 5, and 6 now in your packet, there's a good example in our community where a swale, trees, and setback have created a beautiful environment and minimizes the effect and will minimize the effects of this syndrome. You can go see that. It's at the corner of, it's at South Quay Street and, not King Carl, but, so there's an example for the council to take a look at. I went there. I took pictures of it. It's in your packet. There was a guy there walking his dog. This could be what is in that buffer zone. That's what we need. We need a buffer zone, a shelter between Costco and the West Mineral. In the scoping with the meetings, with the neighbors, no EV station, no buffer zones were even asked for. So I recommend strongly the council instruct city staff to renegotiate on protecting the swale and trees along West Mineral. I request council instruct city staff to renegotiate on the best climate practices landscaped by Costco. I don't think you've done that. You haven't got the best deal. And council should engage the ESB to seek out their advice on this project. I met them. They're very professional, very young, very dedicated, but they were left out of this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Last person to sign up is Pam Chadbourne.
Good evening, council, and Gretchen, you weren't here when Miriam spoke, but she thanked you, and I do too. I agree with what Mr. Sullivan said. We do not have a city plan that protects the city that we inherited and produces a functional and quality city in the future. The comprehensive plan in ULUC result in a degraded city, much worse than we have now, and below standard of quality in any cities in America. Why? Because we didn't have a good city planning process when we did it. And what that takes is a functional estimate, a model of functional outcomes from the land uses that are defined in the code. That's very possible to do. There's not just 1 or 2 or 100 cities in America's past. There are thousands of cities that are studied, and we can make models from them and predict outcomes, functional outcomes of traffic, economics, and balance of uses. And that is the function of city planning. We do not have it in Littleton. We did in the past. We had an excellent code in the past, which built the city that people liked and told you they liked. And so why does the ULUC defy that? We've got to get city planning on staff, professional folks who can do these models and do a major upgrade of the ULUC. It is needed. So, in the case of the swales, frankly, all 3 of the perimeter roads have trees and swales, which should be preserved. You know what? The zoning map could have done that. It could have said, without hurting Lumen or new, we have so many assets, and to give them all away as though this was anywhere USA that we have to jam pack was foolish, and it must be changed. In the code. The code must be revised to prevent this again. Mr. Sullivan is right. Not just the swale by Costco, but all 3 perimeters could have been preserved, and Lumen still would have made money on the property. The folks coming in could have made a very functional project, and we would have retained an element of Littleton functionality that we need. I'm also going to talk about Littleton Boulevard. I'm very impressed by the folks who did the school safety zone assessment. That is great. But I'm going to say, without a circulation concept for the entire city, which the TMB wants to do but hasn't been able to do yet, which we need documented in the transportation plan, we can't really complete these safe routes to school. You know what we need on Littleton Boulevard is a circulator bus. And then Powers would be the alternate transportation for peds and bikes. And where is that study?
Thank you, Pam, that's 3 minutes.
We need to have that. So thanks for your consideration.
Is there anybody else in the audience that would wish to speak tonight? All right, seeing no one, we will move on. There we go. All right, we'll get to, does City Manager want to respond to anything right now, or do you want to wait till your
I
report?
can respond, Mayor, to just a couple of
Yep.
the points. I just want to thank the speaker who complimented our police department and our fire department. They're important too. And also, most important, you know, on the serious note there, I do want to let her know that we will pass along her concerns about the property she referenced to our code compliance staff so that they can look into the concerns that she raised. I also want to note for the gentleman who spoke about Gallup and Bradbury, pretty much our entire transportation staff is here tonight, and I know that location is fairly high on the radar. They have a pretty good understanding of that intersection, and we'll be able to take another look at that too, and just share the latest with him. And then finally, I do want to mention that the city has a very fine planning staff, professional planning staff, who works very hard to administer the Unified Land Use Code as it has been adopted through the community process that we have. So I just don't want to let that go without comment. So that's all I have tonight, Mayor.
Thanks. Councilmember Driscoll?
Sure. Just a couple announcements. Yesterday was the topping off ceremony, the dedication ceremony for Littleton Hospital. That's that 5-story addition, and that's going on the east side of Littleton Hospital for cardiovascular. Fantastic project. It's going to really be a game changer for Littleton. If anybody's looking to throw some money their way, I'm sure they would appreciate it. DDA meeting, Downtown Development Authority meeting tomorrow at ACC at 4 o'clock. If anybody cares to join, that is open to the public. Also want to once again just acknowledge Kelly Nardi and all her work for the last 33 years. We had a little retirement party for her last week, and I think she's off to Europe, so she won't get this for a little bit. And then just again, reminder, tomorrow is National Burger of the Day, so go out and have a burger. Thanks.
Councilmember Ryden?
Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll. I did not know that.
Now you know. Where'd that come in?
I do have some announcements in my capacity as liaison to the Arts and Culture Board. Just some fun things. They reported for their summer reading program, 2,800 participants, which I think is really special and speaks to how important reading is in our community. And they are going to be joining us on October 8th for a joint session. So we have that to look forward to next month. And then in my role as liaison to our Tri-Cities Homelessness Policy Work Group, we got the results of the point-in-time count. So this is what's done at the federal level. It's tracked at the federal level, but every local entity kind of has to do it, where we're counting literally and physically all the people we can who are unhoused or who are sheltered, but in like homeless-type shelters. And the results we got for Littleton is, for the Tri-Cities, is 200, and 175 of those are in Littleton. Now, it's not clear, as we know, if sometimes Littleton is considered unincorporated Jefferson County, as that's not clear to me from the numbers, but I still think that's a huge proportion of both Inglewood, Sheridan, and us, that the majority of those were in Littleton. And then 47 of those folks were living out of their cars. So as we think about talking about our safe parking initiative, there is a need. We certainly have that in our community. A couple other just things that have been happening. The Tri-Cities has formed a sort of a subgroup to start working on how do we execute on a safe parking initiative. We learned about that when we met together to talk about this issue. So we're going to be seeing some recommendations coming out of that, hopefully in the next few months. And then they're really focusing on landlord outreach. So we know with the risk for those who are unhoused, part of the challenge is folks who are evicted or for whatever reasons. There's some support in the county that can provide rental assistance, but a lot of it is relationship building. So part of the work at the Tri-Cities right now has been to really develop good relationships with landlords, so that we can make it a seamless, we can keep folks essentially in their homes so that they don't become unhoused. So we're focusing on that right now, as well as that safer parking initiative. And I think that's all my updates for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peters?
Yeah, the first one I would say is Saturday. Robert and I have a community meeting at Bemis at 10 o'clock. If you have anything on your heart or mind, come share with us. I was part of the Littleton Community Retreat this last Friday and Saturday, and the topic was sustainability, and it was really awesome. I look forward to next year's and getting people like you who show up to join us at that sort of thing. So, learned a lot. Chatfield Botanic Gardens hosted us and did a great job just talking about xeric landscaping and what we could do to save water. And then everyone was amazing. We had a lot of people from ESB there, so it was great. There's a lot going on in September and October. I went also to the Chicken Salad Chick grand opening. They took that seriously. You should go down there if you haven't yet. They had events every single day, having chicken salad once a month for the rest of the year. I won that. I was there for that. Not going to get sick of it. They have 12 different types. And I think it was their 275th store nationwide. It is dialed in. So I encourage you to try that if you haven't already. Thursday night, the Dry Creek development. There's a development, I think is it 16 Dry Creek Circle? They're having a meeting at South Glen Country Club. I think a third meeting that's beyond what's required of them, just to address some things that I think citizens have complained about. So if that interests you or affects you in any way, or is perhaps in your backyard, maybe you'll want to go to that. I'm not going to do all of these. The only other one I think is the South Suburban Parks and Rec public hearings for their 2025 budget. Has a couple of different days where residents can provide input on projects and priorities at public hearings. So those dates, one is already passed, but then at 7 o'clock at the boardroom at the sports complex on East County Line Road. It's September 25th and October 23rd. So mark your calendars if you want to have South Suburban hear your opinions on some of those things.
Thank you. Councilmember Reichert?
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea, for mentioning our community meeting. I'm looking forward to doing that, and I'm looking forward to hearing from our constituents. I just had two different things I wanted to express my gratefulness for. First of all, I want to say thank you to my colleagues and to staff for a really functional budget workshop. I think that was a really productive 8 hours that we spent together, and I really am thankful for that and our ability to work together to build priorities for the city. I think that was great, and I did get out in time to go to the Green Day concert, so thank you very much. Even got the opening act, the Linda Lindas, so I appreciate that. And then, one of the lovely things about being an elected is that sometimes you get asked to do speak at events, and I'm very grateful that my nephew asked me to speak at the Heritage High School National Honor Society induction this week, and that was just a really good time, and I'm grateful I got to do that. So this is reflections on gratefulness.
Councilmember Grove?
Yes, I also attended Kelly Nardi's goodbye event. She's been with the city for 33 years, and we were lucky to have her, and it was a very, very nice send-off. Last week, I attended the Colorado Municipal League District 3 meeting. Colorado Municipal League is an organization that advocates for jurisdictions and specifically home rule. And making sure we limit unfunded mandates from the state legislature. Anyhow, at that event, there was an opportunity to talk to council members from other jurisdictions and hear what's going on in their communities. A lot of them are updating their codes, working on comp plans, and they also have a lot of events in their community they were promoting. So I explained what we were doing here in our community. And lastly, I didn't attend the community retreat in full, but I did go over and visit and talk with the people, and everybody seemed to feel it was very, very worthwhile, and something that I guess will continue on in the future.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yep, just a couple of quick announcements. I just want to show my appreciation for Mike Gent, our Deputy City Manager, for attending so many of the regional meetings with regards to not only DRCOG, but our energy partners, as well as the Regional Air Quality Commission meetings that are occurring. I think it's incredibly important we as a city are having a seat at that table, especially considering all the additional funding that's coming through the federal government that could ultimately benefit our citizens and residents in their own homes. So thank you, Mike, for doing all that. I also want to say at the last DRCOG meeting, there was the presentation of the phase 2 of the housing workshop planning contract, I guess. And DRCOG staff presented on a new database and mapping program showing essentially the distribution of housing needs across various income levels, housing types, things of that nature across the Front Range region. It's an extremely comprehensive study. I think the DRCOG board members in attendance asked some fantastic questions. I think some of the shocking things that came out of the presentation was not just the data itself. I think we all knew kind of the bottom line numbers of the need for housing throughout the Front Range as we see our prices escalating rather quickly. But I think what was shocking to me was that other board members, obviously not named here, were surprised and saying, does this number apply to me? Is this how many houses I have to build? And I think it still hasn't set in with us as a culture, as a Front Range community, that we all have a part to play in this. There's no one that is exempted from the table. Obviously, state legislature is, putting some initiatives forward slowly but surely. But it is an imperative on all of us to be pulling our fair and equal portion of addressing this need because it is impacting all of us equally. And so I would say, and that is not to denigrate my board members, but I want to say that it is to really, that there's a lot of work that we as a city can be doing to drive this conversation. And I'm really proud to say that our planning staff are putting our best foot forward in some of the new proposals that we'll be seeing even this year. We are staying ahead of the curve and doing this the way that Littleton wants it to be done and addressing those needs and meeting that need where it is. Because it is real. It's not just numbers on a spreadsheet. In addition, I attended the Environmental Stewardship Board meeting. We had a fantastic presentation by somebody from the Regional Air Quality Council. Now, this was not necessarily a piece of subject matter that was in the existing Environmental Stewardship Board work plan. One request that the board has come back to us is to say which of the areas in that work plan are of the top priority right now and how can we best utilize that Environmental Stewardship Board to execute on some of the vision in that work plan. So I hope that we and city staff are going to coordinate here in the very near future to give them more productive direction in terms of what their policy focus areas are going to be. At the meeting, though, I just wanted to say, even though we may not necessarily engage in this particular program right now, I felt like it was important to at least shout out what it was. So the Regional Air Quality Council is putting out model ordinances with regards to emissions and anti-idling. Including myself, did not know that there is state statute regarding idling for all commercial and privately owned vehicles, limited to 5 minutes. And I'm looking internally at myself as a parent who sits in a pickup or drop-off line. But this applies very broadly to all our commercial trucks and vehicles sitting in a drive-through. The Regional Air Quality Council is looking to roll out these model ordinances to see if we can cut down on these air emissions. And regardless of your feelings about climate change as a whole, our Denver area is sitting in a very uncomfortable position with the EPA right now regarding our air quality and non-attainment for many years running. These emissions problems do deal localized health effects to our kids when you are sitting there with your engine running in a pickup or a drop-off line. They do have an effect on our breathing, our health conditions every single day. And so, this is not just some sort of ambiguous global issue. This is something that affects every single one of our residents and their health every single day, especially those who are the most vulnerable. So I hope we can, look towards work and policies like this in the near future, but I'll continue to work with the Environmental Stewardship Board on setting those next priorities. So thank you.
Great, thanks. Couple things from me. I believe it was yesterday, I attended the Advent Health Hospital beam topping ceremony where they raised the beams to the top of the building there. They're moving along with that project pretty well. The city manager and deputy city manager were there as well. So it's great to see them adding so much value to that building and, having the jobs and more importantly, the added health care for our, not just Littleton, but the entire region here. So it should be a great addition to the hospital there. Also attended the Celebration of Life service for former Littleton City Manager Gail Christie. He was city manager from 1972 to 1987 for 15 years. So it was great to see a whole bunch of former mayors and former council members and former city employees there to remember him and all the things that he was a part of, which started the Littleton Community Retreat back 50 years ago. And also was instrumental in getting this building built in 1975. So great way to honor him. Speaking of the community retreat, I spoke at the first day of the retreat briefly. I wish I could have stuck around a little bit longer. I heard it was a really good event. So thank you for Councilmember Peters and Grove for attending those and supporting that. And hopefully we can continue, that group can continue building off that and making it a bigger and better event in years to come. This past Saturday was the final Little Jam concert of the season. It was a great turnout. There were, I haven't seen the numbers, I don't know if the city manager's seen the numbers, but it seemed to be that there were more people than any of the other Little Jams throughout the summer so far, which is got to be a testament to Kelly Nardi for all the hard work that she put in for those years in making these events popular. I'm looking forward to the Little Jam series again next year. Let's see, Thursday, I'll be participating on a panel discussion put on by Metro Mayor's Caucus and the Rocky Mountain Partnership. They're hosting a local government 101 for state general assembly candidates. So I'm looking forward to that panel. And I also attended last week a briefing for the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce Leadership Exchange program that's going to Charlotte here coming up in a few weeks. I'll be participating in that program. Let me go over here and just read a little bit about this. So the LEX program has been operating for over 30 years with the Metro Chamber. This year they're going to Charlotte. It's to bring community leaders together to look at how different communities, different cities are doing things. Focus on economic change, economic landscape of Charlotte, to see how they've really changed their economic mobility through investments in small businesses and talent, and also to kind of look at the public-private partnerships, and they'll be focusing on healthcare, housing, and education, and we'll look at those different developments, different relationships that they've had, so see if we can, as an entire region here, the Denver Metro region, bring back some of those ideas. And we also get to go see some of the great venues like the NASCAR Hall of Fame and National Whitewater Center to see how those venues can add to the fabric of the community there and really drive economic development there. And let's see. A couple more things. One, today is National Voter Registration Day. So if you aren't registered or you haven't registered today, I would go out there and get registered. I will have to say that our election officials, election staff are great, very skilled. We've confirmed both sides of the aisle. Lots of people said our elections are safe. Just because reports have been filed or lawsuits have been made doesn't make them true. And so we have to keep in mind that we can perhaps reconsider the rhetoric when it comes to elections and not drive people away from elections and realize that our elections are safe and secure. And so everyone can register to vote and participate in that. And then one other kind of response to another citizen comment, kind of echoing off of what the city manager said. I just want to say that we do have a very robust comprehensive plan and planning process and have a very qualified professional staff that does their job, does it well. Just because one person disagrees with some of the outcomes doesn't make it so. It's getting a little old hearing these same complaints just because outcomes aren't liked. And so I would appreciate if you don't disparage the staff for no reason whatsoever. So that's all I have. So I'm going to turn to the city manager. Anything else?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, just a couple things. I wanted to provide a brief update on our work to include more neighborhood housing options in our unified land use code. The city's survey on that subject closed on September 9th. We received a total of 150 responses, and we're analyzing those results. At a high level, I can tell you that the majority of the survey responses are supportive, with most people wanting to see more housing diversity in Littleton. Staff is also conducting background research to inform our proposed changes in the code. We're looking at relevant code regulations from neighboring municipalities. We're doing GIS analysis for where certain solutions fit best within our community. We're also working to include the recently passed state ADU legislation, and we're adding the results from our resident survey presented last week to council. So for those who might not have been aware, we have a joint study session with our planning commission scheduled for October 22nd to share more of our progress and hear from the planning commission and council on policy consensus on this topic. Finally, Mayor, just want to let everyone know that Assistant City Manager Kathleen Osher and I will be attending the International City and County Managers Association conference this week and into next week in Pittsburgh. So our Deputy City Manager Mike Gent will be acting city manager while I'm gone. That's all I have, Mayor. Thanks.
Charlotte sounds more fun. City Attorney?
Just to piggyback a little bit on Mayor Pro Tem's comments, in case you were wondering, those of you with electric vehicles, the idling statute actually does apply to EVs as well, so for what it's worth. Like
Point noted.
Mr. Becklenberg, I also will be attending a conference, and that will be through the Colorado Municipal League Attorney Section down in Colorado Springs this weekend. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, item 7 on the agenda is scheduled appearances. We have no scheduled appearances tonight. Item 8, consent agenda. Consent agenda items can be adopted by a simple motion. All ordinances must be read by title prior to a vote on the motion. Any consent agenda item may be removed at the request of a council member. A, Resolution 101 of 2024, approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Littleton Police Department and the Arapahoe County 911 Authority for use of the Backup Communication Center. B, Resolution 99 of 2024, resolution approving a license agreement between the City of Littleton and Douglas County Board of Commissioners for right-of-way access on shared use path along County Line Road. C, Resolution 102 of 2024, approving an intergovernmental agreement with Mile High Flood District regarding design and construction of drainage and flood control improvements for Lee Gulch at Broadway, 2024. D, ID 24227, motion to cancel City Council's regular meeting of November 5th, 2024. E, ID 24224, a motion to approve the minutes of September 3rd regular meeting of City Council.
Mayor, I move to approve items A through E.
And I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Council, any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I open the voting.
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
Great, thanks. All right, next up, general business items. We have one item on general business tonight. ID 24226, Safer Streets Littleton School Zone Assessment Review. This is just a update from staff on some of the progress when it comes to Safer Streets Littleton. So I'm turning over to the city manager, let him dance a little bit while staff fights over the 3 seats at the front here.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council. You'll recall that last spring, council set a plan forward for a fairly robust plan to improve the safety of our streets under the kind of banner of Safer Streets Littleton that called for greater communication in partnership with our schools, targeted speed enforcement, also a series of pilot projects for traffic calming and bicycle safety that would be accompanied by a broader study on traffic calming citywide. And also, this component that we're talking about tonight was a citywide assessment of our school zones and practices in our school zones. I want to stress, well, first of all, I'll say that our staff has been eager to have the results of this assessment, so eager to get this work done and started before the winter and really done before winter at the time that they, started the work, and I'm glad that they did. That work was in the area of Runyon Elementary School. I will say the only thing that I wish we had done more of was communicated like we're doing tonight and just shared the results of the broader study so that the public and the council would have a really solid understanding of the changes that we could see coming, that we will see coming to make those vicinities of school ultimately, or school areas ultimately safer. So tonight we want to really share the report, hear questions from council, make sure that we all have the answers to questions. And I think what I want you to hear from me is that this is really just one more piece in the puzzle toward a broader street network, Safer Streets network. And again, this is our school zone component, but I know that our staff is in the middle of the traffic calming assessment citywide. And as I mentioned, we also have some traffic calming projects that have been in place and more to come that you'll hear about tonight. So our goal is that over the next several months and in really the next several years, we'll continue to complete the pieces of this Safer Streets network, and then we'll have more conversations like we're having tonight and make sure that we have a high standard of communication with the neighborhoods and other stakeholders in place when we do this type of work. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Transportation Engineering Manager, Aaron Human, our Traffic Operations Manager, Tim Weaver, and the project manager for our consultant on this project, Y2K Engineering. Who will start from our staff? Thanks, Tim.
Good evening. Tonight, we're going to talk about Safer Streets Littleton. The overview, which would be the next
Could you introduce yourself for those listening, please?
Sorry. Tim Weaver, Traffic Operations Manager for the City of Littleton. Safer Streets Littleton overview is the slide we're going to start with. You've seen this before. It's showing the progress of what we've done with a lot of items so far this year. As City Manager mentioned, school zone safety evaluation is what we're going to talk about a lot tonight, but that's one piece of the Safer Streets Littleton overview. We start with communications campaign, which we've been doing since February for the entire year. Speed feedback radar signs we installed in March, April, and May, and they are up and working and counting. I know some of you are interested in that data. If you are, let us know. Police education and enforcement campaign started in February and is going through the end of September at this point. Implemented scheduled pedestrian bicycle projects. We've done some of those. We still have some more to do, and we will be talking about that a little bit tonight. Pilot projects for 2024. We've started some of those, and we still have some more of those to do that we'll be talking about. Ray is here to talk about school zone safety evaluation. You'll hear a lot about that. Traffic calming evaluation started a couple months after the school zone evaluation, so that won't be wrapping up until end of the year, maybe the end of January. We're also working on a Laddie Street corridor and design study. That is supposed to go out to bid here soon, so more to come on that. And then the last one, Our favorite, because it's such a long name, Active Transportation Infrastructure Investment Program, or ATIP grant, for several corridors in the city. We've submitted that grant. We don't know when we're going to hear. We're hoping sometime in November that we'll hear back about that so that we can move forward. Next, we're going to go into the meat of this, which is Y2K Engineering is the consultant that we hired to do the school zone safety evaluation. Ray Stefani is the project manager. Their company has done this across the country for several years. So they're really well-versed in what should be done and what shouldn't be done and why. So with that, Ray?
Thanks, Tim. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Ray Stefani. I'm a senior project manager at Y2K Engineering. I'm also a certified professional engineer and a certified road safety professional. A lot of my professional experience is grounded in safety and mobility projects like this. Personally, I'm also a mom of 2 young boys, and that makes these Safe Routes to School projects really near and dear to my heart. As a result, I've worked on them for the majority of my career, and it's a large passion of mine. So excited to have been able to work with the City of Littleton on this project in particular, and excited to share some of our progress with you all. As Tim mentioned, Y2K Engineering does have a lot of experience working on these types of projects. We are local to the Denver area as well, have been here for a few years now. So yeah, just excited to kind of bring all that together through this project. I want to talk a little bit about the purpose of this project. Obviously, this fits into the Safer Streets Littleton initiative that you've heard of. Tragically, also, I want to acknowledge that this project is largely prompted by a fatality that already happened. And so we take that very seriously, and we appreciate the opportunity to work with the city to try to create safer environments around schools in Littleton. So first and foremost, that was our goal of this study, is to enhance student safety. A big piece of that and the why behind that is enhancing consistency and establishing consistency in school zone treatments around the school. This project took a comprehensive look at 12 schools within the city of Littleton that ranged from elementary school, charter schools, middle schools, high schools. So really a full look. And what we saw in that full look was a lot of inconsistency. The consistent theme was inconsistency. And some of that's expected. These schools have different contexts, they have different needs, they have different functions, and so you expect some of that, but we were trying to bring some standardized best practices to Littleton through this project. As others have already mentioned, this is...
Councilmember Reckert, hang on one second. What was it? You have a question?
So Ray, I guess I need a little more explanation by why consistency matters. Consistency for consistency's sake is not valuable to me in how it improves safety. And so can you take just a little bit of a walk there and explain to me why consistency is actually going to help improve safety?
Yes. Uniformity behind traffic calming features enhances drivers' expectancy, which reduces their perception reaction time. So the more a driver can expect what they're going into and know inherently what their action is supposed to be. I'll take school zone signs and school zone warning signs, since we're going to be talking about those a lot. If you see the same school zone warning sign at the same proximity to the same school as a driver, whether it's whether it's subliminal or whether it's a conscious thought, you know what to expect once you get to that school. So establishing a consistent treatment around that, it reduces the amount of thought process time, which even half a second of you processing a sign and responding to behaviorally, that half a second times the 25 miles per hour that you're traveling is the distance, right? That expanding that distance makes it a less safe environment. So consistency is actually safety, because through that consistency, drivers know what to expect. An expected functional, a driver that's following the rules of the road is a safe driver. So that's part of the impetus for consistency. Another is that while I think most in this room are in the Littleton area, myself included. Not everybody is. There's a lot of people that drive on our roads from other states. And so without that consistency, drivers that are not from the area don't know what to expect when they get to signage. And so there are national best practices. There's a lot of innovation behind those best practices. So it's not following guidelines from 20, 30 years ago just for the sake of following those guidelines. Those are evolved regularly through a lot of processes that we can talk about more. But those national guidelines serve to create a consistent expected environment so that you don't have the same reaction when you go to Littleton that you might when you go to the UK and are all of a sudden expected to drive on the other side of the street with different traffic control, right? So consistency also helps in bringing new drivers to the area and ensuring that new drivers to the area know what to expect. And then back to that perception reaction time, if they know what to expect, they're able to react quickly, and that makes a more effective sign.
Thank you. I guess I appreciate you taking that time. Count me as slightly skeptical on that. I think if you think about the schools in Littleton, almost all of them are on neighborhood streets, except for Littleton High School and Powell Middle School. And so the people that are driving by those schools are mostly people who live in that area or go to those areas. So getting the new drivers used to it only is really important in a couple places. I just want to, I want to just, I want us to be really confident about us making the right decisions around safety. And
right.
so-
And I hope to bring to you through this presentation a full, transparent overview of our methodology behind that, because safety is first
Right.
and foremost with
Yeah,
why we're
it's-
all here.
It's a shared concern. We're all on the same team.
Yes, yes. And consistency also applies to consistency within Littleton itself, within the microcosm of Littleton, right? Because if you're a parent that was at Centennial and now you're bringing your kid to Goddard, and that's a bad example, they're right next door. Maybe I should go a little further away. But, and all of a sudden, the signs around Goddard Middle School are significantly different than Centennial. There's a third of the people dropping their kids off at Goddard are new that day, or new that year, right? What we also heard, we engaged a lot with the school staff, and we'll talk about that as well. What we heard a lot was concerns around, hey, mom's not dropping them off, dad's not dropping them off, grandma's in town, grandma's gonna drop them off. Grandma's from Missouri, they don't sign things like that in Missouri, right? They're, just to kind of bring the point that there's a lot of people that are participating in that pickup drop-off, and so while a lot of those are probably local residents, that consistency is still applicable. Yeah. And I should add, feel free, any council members and mayor, please jump in.
Oh, I'm
and-
sure they will.
Yes, I'm happy to hop around. I think hopefully we've got a slide deck that will sufficiently answer some of those questions, but we can jump to where there's areas of concern or expand further. All right, so with that, just to share a little bit about our process, at that beginning slide, we talked about this project kicking off in April. An initial stage of that was gathering information around the schools. That looks like what existing signs are out there right now, also what are their schedules, and kind of coordinating with the teachers, triangulating a schedule that would allow us to visit 12 schools within a 3 to 4 week window before everybody went on break and traffic patterns were atypical again. So we spent a few weeks kind of getting all of that information together up front, and then from there we moved into our observations and documentation. We prepared existing conditions exhibits for all of those schools, which is included in our report, and then we also participated in those school observations. So that looked like a team of, I don't know, 5 to 7 of us, depending on the size of the school, that was there for AM pickup or AM drop-off periods as well as PM pickup periods. At the high schools, we were also there around lunchtime, noting that there's a lot of transportation activity with students coming and going. And we did that for each school within the 12 schools that were observed, all within kind of like end of April to early May time period. I should note that during those observations, we did definitely coordinate with the schools ahead of time to let them know we would be out there, and we also presented each school staff with the opportunity to meet with us in field. We got a lot of really valuable insight from those interactions, just because we see one day, and we come in with our lens of we've done these before, but the context of each school are so specific. So connecting with the staff on the ground, even chatting with parents and maintenance folks and crossing guards that are out there brings a lot to that perspective. And so we had a lot of those one-on-one conversations, either in the field or we got drugged to the principal's office after our observations and had them. So we did have some of those one-on-one conversations to get input from the school during that stage. Once we had completed all of those observations, we did have what we called a school safety summit. That was held right here in this room, actually, early June, right before school staff was out for their summer break. So during that school safety summit, we had district participation. We had, I think, 9 or 10 of our schools had representatives, in a lot of cases, more than one. And we had some really good conversation around what we saw in our observations. We also broke into focus groups with each of those school types. So middle school focus group, elementary school, et cetera, where we were able to have a little bit more tailored discussion about understanding the why behind some of the areas of concern that we saw, getting some additional context there, and then getting to work with them and understand, here's some of our initial thoughts on recommendations, what are your thoughts, et cetera. So that collaboration was really important, setting us up into making recommendations. We also got some feedback from them on implementation and where their biggest resource gaps were. It was important to have district, school, and city staff in those conversations because all three of those, it's like a three-legged stool to make changes at schools. So great to have that input. Once we had that stakeholder session, we did go into recommendations. I will talk a lot more about what type of recommendations we were making and how that looks and what those are. But that occurred over the summer. And then that brings us to where we are now, which is kind of sharing where we're at with draft documentation, sharing where we're at with recommendations. We had one-on-one meetings with each of the schools before they started school. So we did meet with every single school one-on-one to review our draft recommendations, get their initial feedback, make tweaks accordingly. In some cases, we supported with additional circulation information for parents and some supplemental stuff to kind of get them teed up for the start of the school year. So that brings us to today. I did cover a little bit of this, and I'll cover a little bit more, and again, happy to answer questions. Maybe we'll pause after we get through this, because I think this is an area that you all would like us to dive into a little bit more. But all of our recommendations are based on best practices, and like I said, best practices doesn't mean that we're just taking the standards for granted and going by that. These are evolving standards, and there's a lot of really brilliant people nationally that work on Safe Routes to School projects and school safety in general, and there's a lot of research that comes into these recommendations. So just a couple resources that I want to familiarize you with, because it's resources that we used. Safe Routes to School is a national program. That national program has a lot of additional resources that they kind of connect people with different areas of the country to share those resources and expand on them. Safe Routes to School as a program also brings to light that it's not just engineering solutions alone that can help and lead to a safer school environment. There's a lot of non-infrastructure solutions, education, enforcement, equity. There's an equity component to that too, engagement. There's a big emphasis in Safe Routes to School to try to get people out of the single drop-off lane and onto a bicycle seat and walking to school. So kind of a mode shift there as well. We can talk about that a little bit more when I get into some of the recommendations we made. I did cover the MUTCD a bit. I have another slide for that, so I'll save that. And then just some other guidelines here as well, or resources, national best practices. I do want to add that as a professional in this space, we make it a point to stay up to date on national best practices. That means attending conferences, webinars, reading all of the articles that comes out, looking into the research that's done. Actually, just next month, upcoming in October, the National Safe Routes to School Conference is in Fort Collins, which I will be at. If anybody's interested, anybody can come. Not just engineering professionals, it's actually mostly non-engineers. Anyway, so yeah, there's a lot of people doing great things in this space, and we wanted to bring that expertise to our recommendations. So the MUTCD is something that we'll talk about a lot. I cited a few things from that about uniformity and the importance behind that. But in addition to all of the research that goes into the MUTCD, this is also the standard criteria and the governing body and the governing document for traffic control devices. So with that, the reason that it has that quote unquote authority is because of the need for that consistency and uniformity. I'm looking at my notes now because I did quote a couple things just off of page 1 of this document, but uniformity of traffic control devices is vital to their effectiveness, is in the first paragraph of the MUTCD. So traffic devices are less effective and therefore less safe if they're not being followed and if there isn't that uniformity component. Uniformity simplifies the task of that road user, aiding in recognition, reducing perception reaction time, and a quote from the MUTCD, shall be recognized as the national standard for all traffic control devices. This has a lot of implications from a liability standpoint that I'm certainly not the most qualified to talk about, but this document gets evolved regularly. Most recently, it came out in December of 2023, and it is produced and maintained by the Federal Highway Administration. But the Federal Highway Administration, it's not just a bunch of bureaucrats in Washington that write this. They have a whole interdisciplinary team of engineers and academics, and there's a lot of research that goes into recommending the treatments that they recommend to be standard. At this point, I'd like to move into talking about the recommendations that we did make, but I want to maybe pause if it's appropriate for any questions on our process or methodology before we start talking about the outcome. Okay.
Go ahead and continue.
Thank you for that. Okay, so just a quick overview of what we recommended. Kind of 3 main buckets here. On the left is that consistency piece. And so consistency not in the sake of there'll be a sign every 500 feet regardless, but consistency in determining some guidance to decide why that sign should be placed where it's placed. So that falls into 2 categories, consistent school zone treatments. So that's where those school flashers are located. It's also how the schools are signed, the way they're signed. I'll talk through what those recommendations are here shortly. We also were recommending some consistency around crosswalk treatment so that there's consistent signs. I'll stop using the word consistent. So that the same signs are present at every crosswalk. There's supplemental treatments that can get added to those crosswalks, but trying to bring some consistency to what those treatments are was a goal of this recommendation. And then lastly, we made some on-site circulation recommendations. These were very school specific. There's some best practices and some kind of general guidelines that we followed when we made these recommendations that I'll expand on coming up. But the list on the right, my right, your right, the list on the right, these are recommendations that we made to the school and to the district. The list on the left are the recommendations that the city was intent on actionizing. So these are recommendations that they were gung-ho to get in the ground as soon as possible, because again, they're based on safety improvements. So
Councilmember Reichert has a question. You have another question from...
I'm interrupting. So I really appreciate, and what you were talking about, this on-site circulation treatments, I think is really valuable. My experience working with the school district is that, you know, school districts do not have traffic professionals on their staff. And so the support that we can give them in thinking about what they need to do with both, I mean, we control the traffic around the school, but then they control the traffic on their property and how that is structured. And so I really appreciate us giving those recommendations to them. And I guess I would like to ask that maybe the city manager how we can think about kind of monitoring whether they need additional support for the recommendations, because I think this is one of the important things that we need to make sure we collaborate on. So just as we move forward, I want to make sure that they take our advice. And I'm confident they welcomed it, but just making sure they're able to implement them all. So maybe that wasn't really a question at all, so.
Well, and to echo Councilmember Reichert's statement with that is, I think sometimes the school district tries to control areas outside of their property as well when it comes to traffic. So I think as they're perhaps looking at building some new schools, when there's some new perhaps traffic patterns, that the city can be more involved with that. Because I know at least at one of the new schools, the school shuts down the roads around the school, not on their property. So I try to figure out how we can work together on that to make sure that everyone's doing everything.
Well, that's great. I mean, I think the worst case scenario is a school that's not in the city of Littleton where the road serving the school is a private road, which is crazy. But the next school that's going to get rebuilt is Littleton High School. And so, I mean, you didn't hear that from me, but that's where we need to be thinking about the next. Oh, right. But that'll be the next one for us to be thinking about, assuming the voters support those changes in the future. So.
And just to speak to that a bit, as referenced, I've worked on a lot of these projects. I have never had such collaboration with the district. It's typical to have collaboration with the principals and the people on the ground. Like I said, the three-legged stool of this project has been really unique in a positive way and a great experience just from my perspective in this side of the table to work with the district and have them at the table in those one-on-ones, and they've already gone out and made some of those on-site quicker solutions happen immediately in a way that I think typically recommendations can sit for a little longer. So yeah, just great to have that collaboration. All right, I'm going to dive back in and talk school zone treatments. So what I'm going to go through is just a quick schematic to explain the justification and kind of treatments that we're recommending for school zones. So there'll be a few things we'll look at, which includes flasher locations and signs. And just to set the stage real quick, this is a hypothetical school for the sake of the schematic. So I've outlined in a dashed line here, this is the school property limits. You'll notice, this is for the sake of the schematic, that there is a crosswalk outside of those school property limits. This is not uncommon. We see this quite a bit in that the parcel lines of the school do not fully encompass all of the school crossings. So want to point out that there is that crosswalk. There's also a couple minor streets coming in and intersecting with this kind of school fronting roadway here. So with that, the first thing I want to talk through is our recommended location setting for those school flashers. The school flasher sets the school zone, so the location of that flasher becomes the place that reduced school speed limit is enforceable. So you can see there's a distance X here. X corresponds with the stopping sight distance. Stopping sight distance is the amount of calculated time it takes a driver to look at a sign, recognize that sign, apply the brakes, and stop. So as you can imagine, it's a physics calculation to figure out what that stopping sight distance is, and it changes at intervals of speed. So per the MUTCD, the location and for warning signs is that stopping sight distance. It's a pretty consistent approach. It's a pretty standard approach to use stopping sight distance as the calculation for where to position those school flasher locations in the start of the school zone. I want to talk a little bit now on how we're measuring, where we're measuring that stopping sight distance from. So our recommendations through this study were to establish that stopping sight distance or start measuring that stopping sight distance from either the edge of that school property line or the furthest crosswalk that's serving that school. So you can see both of those examples here. The sign on the left is positioned at X distance away from the edge of the school boundary. However, on the right side, there is a crosswalk that is outside of that immediate parcel window. And so that sign is positioned X from that crosswalk, with the goal being that they are reaching that crosswalk. That crosswalk is included within the school zone. Why are we not making this further, right? A slower roadway is a safer roadway. The reason is because humans are fallible, and because you see a sign and you react to that sign, and then it loses its efficacy as soon as you stop thinking about that sign. So the reason that we've positioned these from that stopping sight distance is so that by the time a driver reaches that school zone area, that key school area, they are at their peak awareness. That's grounded in best practices, but it's also observed, and we can talk about some of that data. School zone signage that is further away from the school, you see it, you think school zone, maybe not you specifically, maybe you're a higher than average driver, but the average driver sees that sign, thinks school zone, and it's not at the forefront by the time you're actually reaching that school. So the effectiveness of the school zone is grounded in making sure that drivers really understand why they're slowing down. So if you don't see a school, if you don't see kids, that driver is not as likely to adhere to that sign. And so it's really important that we position those signs in such a way that they're going to have their max effectiveness, and therefore that the school zone is going to be as safe and as slow as possible.
Quick question about the table there. Are those numbers the stopping sight distance? Or are those numbers the distance the sign is away in those school zones, or are they one and the same?
They are one and the same.
And so in a 25 mile per hour street, we're placing signs 155 feet away from the edge of the school?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be in contradiction to the MUTCD, which says have to be at least 200 feet away?
The MUTCD that says they have to be 200 feet away, there's some figures, I think we have that slide hidden, but I can maybe grab it. There's a similar figure to what I just showed you that is out of the MUTCD that I can pull up. It's not in my slide deck here. They used to have distances in 2003, and then they pulled those distances out in the 2009 version. Those distances are also not there in the 2023 version.
I'm looking at the 2023 version that says the beginning point of a reduced school speed limit zone should be at least 200 feet in advance of the school grounds or at a school crossing. However, this 200-foot distance should be increased if the reduced school speed limit is 30 miles per hour or higher. The maximum beginning point of a reduced school speed limit zone should not be greater than 500 feet in advance of a school grounds. So what am I reading wrong here?
I don't have the 2023 version of the MUTCD in front of me. I can just,
I would assume it was in front of you when you wrote these numbers.
it was.
Okay.
I think in all cases, we're really focused on where the location of that crosswalk is. And so I can dig into that further and get back to you.
I'm just,
I
what we were
also-
told was that it's this distance because that's what the MUTCD says. And there's some leeway here, and if we're going 155 feet, that's contradicting what we were told as well.
I would just add that the MUTCD and the distances that we're showing here provides the nuance of the placement of those warning signs, and the warning sign placement is consistent with the MUTCD. And there's supplemental signage that we're also not showing you, so I'm getting to it in my
That was,
subsequent
yeah, next
signage.
question, but yeah.
So those like S1-1 signs, which is your traditional school signs, we're recommending that those are positioned an additional 155 feet, which would be over 300 feet as a minimum distance from the school property.
Okay, I'm not a traffic engineer, so I'm just trying to understand the information that we've been told and rectify it with what I'm reading in the MUTCD. So I don't know, Aaron, were you gonna say something?
Well, I think the specific location you're referencing, you're taking a little out of context. If you read the whole section. Because
Okay.
I think we've gone through this before, that it's in there, but it's not an absolute for everything. It's a guideline in that case. What we're referencing in this chart is more the actual recommendations of the MUTCD. That's a guideline that you're reading. We
In
can
the
get back to you on that. We can follow up on exactly the context of it, because I know we've had this conversation before. I don't know if it was with you or others on council, and we looked this up and realized that it was out of context.
So Mayor, I'm hearing that we need to reconcile the question that you've raised.
Yeah, and I mean, we've had multiple questions with this, and that's what we're getting the feedback here, and I think there's still some questions to be answered here.
Aaron, are you looking it up right now? Okay. There are shoulds and there are shalls in the MUTCD, and not to get too into the weeds of the semantics of the MUTCD, but the shalls are that standard that has the liability component to it. The shoulds are guidance. This recommendation provides more nuance than what the MUTCD has, because we have thresholds based on the roadway speed as opposed to just kind of a blanket distance. And we also, are applying these treatments and these recommendations after we had this kind of standardized approach. We applied those to the schools. And so each school has different locations where we're recommending that flasher to be positioned. There's also Colorado state law that establishes that a school zone can be enforced, or a school zone is to be established by the local engineer. And so there is a lot of gray in the MUTCD, and I think what we're discussing is one of those gray points that the city, through this study, was trying to establish their own kind of guiding document for. And we can certainly follow up and make sure there's a clear response to that.
I'm not trying to say anything is right or wrong. I'm just trying to understand what the existing conditions or the previous conditions were, what we've been told, what I'm reading, and I'm seeing some discrepancy there. And I think I think to Councilmember Reichert's point is, we have this consistency for consistency, and then we're talking about nuance, and then it's not consistent. So we're kind of saying things both ways.
And Mayor, I can understand your concern and your desire for kind of that understanding of consistency. To use the word consistency again, I'll say that
It's the word of the day.
it is. I think what we're trying to establish, or I know what we were trying to establish through this study, was a consistent approach. So it's not to say that there is a consistent distance for all schools. It's not to say that there is a consistent answer in all cases, but it's to have documentation and supporting information for the approach behind that nuance.
That makes sense. Thanks. I'm done for now.
Okay. And so in addition to those school flasher locations, we are recommending supplemental signage. What just popped up onto the screen is what I'm calling an S1-1 and what engineers call an S1-1, but it's the school sign that we think of when we think of school zones. So it's that school sign with a school ahead or plaque, and we are recommending that is positioned an additional stopping sight distance length away from that flasher, so that drivers get to that flasher expecting that they're going to be entering that school zone, which enhances kind of the signage distance out from that school. On the opposite side of the roadway for drivers exiting the school zone, it is also important to let drivers know when they are out of the school zone, just so that they get max efficacy while they're in the school zone. If they know that they've left it, they're more likely to obey by the rules while they're in it. So we are recommending end school zone signs with the original resumed speed limit on the opposite side for traffic exiting the school zone. Additionally, there are some cases where it's appropriate to put school warning signage on the minor street as it enters the school zone. I've shown it here on a curved roadway. That's because when we're coming across a curve, it's more likely that drivers are going to pick up speed. There's stopping sight distance visibility issues. So it's that sign on the curve helps bring drivers into the awareness that they are entering a school zone. So there are locations within the schools that we looked at where we felt that treatment was appropriate. It's not positioned on the location on the opposite side, the north side or the top of this schematic, and the justification for that is because it is a straight roadway. It is also not entering the school zone in an area where there's a crosswalk, and so the logic being on why we're not doing it everywhere is because that max efficacy, wanting to make sure that we're really putting signs in a place where it's intentional and justified. as opposed to just signs for the sake of signs, because sign clutter also loses efficacy. Supporting the crosswalk are additional crossing signs. These would be supplemented with arrow plaques pointing towards the crosswalk. We are recommending that those are back to back so that drivers see those signs on both sides of the road to just increase visibility. And then in cases where the crosswalk is located further away from the school, where the driver didn't just see that school flasher location, we're also recommending additional school crossing ahead signage that's positioned at that same stopping sight distance away from the crosswalk. Yep.
Councilmember Grove?
Going back to that slide, it seems, I don't understand this, that the crosswalk is far away from the school and that you're building all this infrastructure on it. Does it make sense to maybe move it like to the intersection here?
Yes, probably. Thank you, Councilwoman, for your question. I've positioned the crosswalk here just because this is the case at some schools in Littleton. There's reasons why that is. In some cases, there's a trail crossing there. And so there's going to be a crossing anyways at that alignment. And so we want to make sure that we're not losing students that are at that crossing. We want them to be included in the school zone. There's more often than not, there's positions where the crosswalk is in front of the school and more directly serves the school. We also made recommendations throughout our study if there were crosswalks that were not at appropriate locations to move them. So it's a great question, and I positioned it here just for the sake of the schematic to be able to kind of show how we wanted to sign in advance of that crosswalk, regardless of whether it was in front of school property.
That makes sense, that you may recommend a change before all the infrastructure is built.
Correct.
So I guess I'm really confused about why the perpendicular street is not a school zone street. It's only the horizontal street. Like, that doesn't make sense to me, why you wouldn't make the speed, because once you get to the corner and turn, you're supposed to be going 20 miles an hour, and there's actually no signage telling right now, and maybe that's just because obviously you did this for educational purposes, but I just don't get why that's not school zone street too.
And there are cases where there's heightened school, thank you, council member, for your question. There are cases where there's heightened school activity on those streets, in which case we did recommend it. But what's not shown on here are stop signs and additional signage. And so the justification is that if a driver is approaching a stop sign, they're stopping regardless. And we are trying to avoid sign clutter because we're trying to make sure that the signs that we put on the road really matter and have the biggest impact. And the more S1-1 signs we throw out, all in, I mean, we're in the triple digits in terms of the amount of S1-1 signs with these 12 schools. So there's certainly no shortage of school zone signs, but the more we throw out, the less likely they are to be adhered to. And so that's why we're trying to be really intentional with which minor streets we throw those, we install those S1-1 signs.
So if on that, say that street that doesn't have the sign you're talking about, what would inform grandma from Missouri that speed limit is 20 miles per hour there if she's driving there?
At this point, because our school zones are recommended to be tightened up like that, there's school activity right there. So that is what informs her. So our max distance is not as far, and in cases where the max distance is far because maybe there's a bunch of crosswalks and the school frontage is really long, we're adding supplemental signage on that main fronting roadway.
Well, I'm just like, in this generic example right here, if someone's on that lower right road, if grandma from Missouri is driving there, goes up the stop sign, and takes a left turn, how does she know she's in a school zone? How does she know that it's 20 miles per hour there? And if we're talking about school activity, if kids are walking around there, then I would assume kids will be walking on that other street too. And so there might be even more reason to have heightened signage there.
Thank you for your question, Mayor. It's a valid question. It's something we discussed a lot, and I think school by school and minor street by minor street, there's appropriate applications of that. The schematic just doesn't have that sign on the minor approach, just to provide an example where we felt it was inappropriate and to give us a platform to be able to talk through what the justification was behind that.
Okay, and what I mean, going back to some of the feedback that we got from staff is why, in a real world example, why a school's sign was moved closer to the schools, because there were these minor streets that did not cross a school sign. And so like in this example, that would be the situation, that they're not driving past a school sign. And so I'm confused of why there's more liability in one situation and not in other situations here.
You're somewhat picking and choosing examples.
You're right, I
though.
am.
Yeah. So in the case where we moved the one that was very far in advance, I assume you're referring to the one for Runyon on Elati, it wasn't just because there were side streets. It was also what Ray talked about before with having a school zone be too big, then people forget that they're actually driving in the
Oh, I
school
understand,
zone.
I understand
Right.
that, yeah. And I was using that as an example of this one, if we're talking about how people are gonna be aware of this. I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just trying to understand it here. If this is what we're saying, is we want people to be aware of a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit, that they're in a school zone, and it's not clear, at least to me here.
I would also add that what's not shown in this schematic is a theoretical crosswalk across that leg in which we would have additional signage for that school zone crosswalk. So this is just intended to be like one spot example to speak to our methodology, but there are a lot of reasons and justifications why it would be appropriate to add that S1-1 sign on the minor approach beyond just the curved roadway. In the Runyon example, all of those roadways are recommended, all of those roadways between the flasher locations are recommended to have that supplemental signage, with the exception of one minor roadway that cul-de-sacs it's on the west side of the street. It cul-de-sacs and serves 5 houses, so we couldn't actually maybe it's more than 5. we couldn't position the S1-1.
Put it at the end of the cul-de-sac where no one can see it.
Right. And just big picture, our goal is to, like I said, make sure that every sign we put out there has a real purpose and isn't a sign for sign's sake, just to make sure that the drivers are adhering to those signs instead of, oh, it's another school zone sign, there's 5 of them on my road, right? It loses its efficacy at that point.
I understand that and totally agree with
Thank you
that,
for your
so.
question.
Councilmember Peters and then Councilmember Reichert.
Can I just piggyback on that, and maybe this isn't a question for Chief Stevens. If you are coming off of those side streets and you have not physically passed a school zone sign, is that enforceable, or is it only on that main street?
He defers to Jim.
I have a permitted driver. I'm trying to teach her all these things.
Good afternoon, evening, I guess. Chief Stevens here. To answer your question, it's my understanding that there has to be a visible sign in the zone that the driver would have been able to see to know that they're in that specific zone for our enforcement.
Let's see, the S43P sign, is that an enforceable sign, or does it have to be the
It'd have to be a
S51?
posted speed sign.
The posted speed sign, okay, thank you. So, okay. Councilmember Reichert?
So I guess I think so I feel like the presentation was put together, the schematic was done for kind of educational purposes, not necessarily for practical purposes. And for us to really dig into this, we need to look at the maps that are in the report, because that will give us the kind of how is this handled on the streets that we're all really familiar with, although we got to figure out what a W16-7P is, but I'll figure that out. Because I feel like we're asking specific questions that we just need to kind of look at and see how it really applies. But I had this envision that a school zone is like a dome of protection. Like you put a school zone and it's like this circle that is, you put your little pointer in and you draw your circle around the school, and everything within 155 feet or however you draw that circle, everybody needs to be going 20 miles an hour. Is that, tell me why that's the wrong way to think about school zones, I guess. Where am I often in wrong?
Well, for one thing, roads don't follow a circle,
Right, but if you would go like every road within 150, you got to be going 20 miles an hour.
Well, and part of it has to do with what road is the main road versus side streets, right? Because on the main road, typically, we don't have other types of control to slow people down. We might have traffic calming, that's a whole nother issue
Right,
we can
yeah,
get
yeah,
into.
yeah,
It's not just signage, I guess is the point here. We're just using the example of signage, but there's markings on the roads, there's traffic calming that we put around schools. There are other indications other than just signs that you're in a school zone, like kids and school buses and crossing guards. So there's a lot of indications other than just what you're seeing in this particular hypothetical example.
I guess great, thank you. I guess you didn't convince me that my vision is wrong. But I think as a council, we need to look at these maps and see if we have feedback, because that feels like where the rubber hits the road, is whether these maps in the report make sense to us. Does that feel like the appropriate next step for us? Okay, I'll stop asking.
And I was gonna say, just not us, but the community at large, I know the specific sign that we're referring to is because it was the one that was moved, and we have two members in the audience who live literally right where that sign is and have kids that go to those school. And so, it's important to them, the community, and us. And I mean, I'm not trying to be combative here. I'm literally trying to understand this here because this is important to us, and I don't understand all the rules and all the signs. And it's, when we're trying to be consistent with, someone should be going 20 miles an hour, but if there's not a sign, then if we're talking about, enforcement is, one of the other things that we've talked about is how can we enforce the speed if we don't have an enforceable sign up there? How can we design the streets for the infrastructure to let people know that this is a school district, but, I mean, that people see kids walking on the sidewalk and don't care that it's a school district and still want to go 35 miles an hour through it. So we're trying to do as much as we can here, so.
The other part of this too is when the flashers are operating too, right? And that's when it's enforceable, that lower speed limit, the double fines that the police can. So, obviously you've been around a school recently, you have kids going to school. It's chaos around a school during that time. And trying to drive through the area, like you're talking, coming from this minor street, turning right in front of the school and trying to go more than 20 miles an hour isn't too easy. What we're trying to do is really focus the efforts in that area. And you're right, it is a balance because we're trying to put the right notifications out there, but not overdo it at the same time. And it's a difficult concept. We're following, like Ray talked about, very specific guidelines, but at the same time, we're trying to, for lack of a better word, little-night them. We're trying to make them so that they fit with our community and what the expectations are here. And something that, we want to get into a little later that isn't just about the on-street recommendations is the culture, right? What we want to change about our culture in Littleton so that people start thinking about safety first. That's the whole concept behind Safer Streets Littleton. It's not any one thing, it's a whole litany of things we're trying to do, which start with educating our residents and informing them that you should be watching for not only kids, but anyone walking on the streets, anyone bicycling on the streets, because everyone has a right to get where they're going by other means other than car. And so we want to make it safe for everybody, right? So this is just, keep in mind, this is just one very small part of a big picture we're trying to accomplish.
And Councilman, I think you're spot on. I think to really understand these treatments as they apply to the roadways that you're familiar with, I would encourage you to look at those recommendations on a school-by-school basis. They are all still in draft stage and have been developed in collaboration through a lot of working sessions over the summer and with schools, but they're still in a draft stage. And so, obviously, to Aaron's point, the goal is to bring the Littleton element to that. And so, we're up here today to try to explain the justification behind those draft recommendations, but I think this has been great dialogue and gives us some items to go back and consider as well, especially related to the enforcement point. That's something we want to make sure we bring in.
Just to annoy my mayor pro temp, because I enjoy that, I might need a printed version of the draft report. No, I didn't say that. I'm old, but I'm not that black. All right, sorry.
All right, continue.
Okay, great. All right, before you press print, decide which attachments you want to print. That's all I'll say. It ends up being a pretty hefty print. Just to lastly talk about the flasher, another piece that we included in our recommendation was the preferred type of flasher. Littleton has a few different varieties out there. These two examples both say 25, so I'd like us to suspend our disbelief and pretend they're 20 for the sake of our presentation here. But what we did want to establish was what type of flasher drivers could expect to see. So we are recommending solar-powered flashers, the reason being that the solar-powered flasher gives Littleton the autonomy to do their own maintenance on that sign and pick it up and move it wherever it needs to be without being concerned about tying into electric or having to call a third-party company to come in and do maintenance if necessary. And then the vertical flashers are to provide the distinctiveness of a school zone. There are a couple different types floating around Littleton streets right now. Some are the horizontal style, but the vertical style provides the kind of distinct school zone feel compared to some other beacons that drivers can expect to see on the roadways as well. All right, I'm going to move on to crosswalk treatments if there are no other questions. These should go, well, I'll just talk through kind of some of the elements that we were consistently recommending at crosswalks, just to kind of talk about all the tools in the toolbox when it comes to a school crosswalk. I do want to reference to start that the city of Littleton did a trail linkages study that evaluated trail crossings, and through that study there were some recommendations and a guidance document that came out that helps determine what type of crossing is appropriate. So there's a few different types of crossings that I'll talk about. One is just your standard striped crosswalk, no additional enhancements. There can be some signage enhancements and things, but no traffic control enhancements. So we are calling those an unsignalized crossing. The secondary type I'll reference is a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, or an RRFB. You see these at a few different spots around Littleton. I'm trying to think of, I know there's one on Prince, right just north of St. Mary, thank you. But there's a few of these floating around, and so that's when you have the rectangular flashers that go off when activated. There's also a new one that just got installed at Little Raven that's being used as a school crosswalk. One step higher than that is a pedestrian signal. We, I think, all know what these ones look like, but this is a traffic signal that exists just for pedestrian activity. So it's important to distinguish that compared to a regular traffic signal. A pedestrian signal is only activated so that pedestrians can safely cross across that main roadway. So it's not intended to serve vehicles in any way. There is one of these at Runyon. There's also one at Goddard, and obviously a few other places around the area. So those are the three types. That trail linkages study did establish some recommendations for how to decide which type is the most appropriate. What we wanted to do with these recommendations is just to say, okay, you've picked your type, now what else can go along with that? What are our other tools that we can use to help make that a safe crossing? So you've seen these signs before. I should have referenced it when we were looking at that schematic, but the elusive numbers that you see, S1-1s and W16-7Ps, those correspond with their sign code in the MUTCD, which is how traffic engineers communicate with each other and the installers to define signs in a more succinct way than saying, oh yeah, you got
They don't say the yellow square with the arrow pointing down to the bottom left?
Exactly. So it provides just that kind of consistent jargon. So we've included those here just because that's how you'll see them in a lot of documents. But I call it the S1-1. You can call it a school sign. Another tool in our toolbox is a yield marking. Sometimes we call these shark teeth. Those are those triangles you see. Those exist on or can be installed on crosswalks where the driver is not expected to come to a complete stop. So we can't put a stop bar out, but if you have a striped crosswalk on the ground with an RRFB, you can put a yield marking on the ground so that you communicate to drivers where they're expected to stop and yield to the pedestrians in the crosswalk. This can be a really useful tool to help improve sight visibility. We'll talk about a couple cases of that, but sometimes the driver can encroach on that crosswalk, which makes it really hard for any other vehicles to see. It also makes that pedestrian feel a little unsafe and uncomfy in that crosswalk. So yield markings can be a helpful tool to mitigate that and just draw more awareness to the crosswalk. Stop bars are a tool that we can bring out at stop signs. There's crosswalks that go across roadways without a stop sign. Those are a lot of what we're talking about. We call them mid-block crossings, where it's not lining up with an intersection. But when there is a stop sign and there's a crosswalk for that, like drivers are stopping at the stop sign for pedestrians to cross, a stop bar can get installed. That's just that white line you see on the ground. Has the same impact as a yield marking. It just shows drivers where to stop so that they don't get too close to that crosswalk.
I have a question for our staff. How common are the stop bars in Littleton? Because I'm trying to think of a lot of the stops, the crosswalks we have. The stop bars where there are stop signs, because I'm just thinking of the couple of the crosswalks that my kids go to. I don't think there's any stop bars with the crosswalk. Is that not common in Littleton?
We made a decision, a policy decision, where we have crosswalks and stop signs not to use stop bars. Same at signals, because it's a maintenance issue. They wear out very quickly, and so you have to be out there in traffic, close off traffic to re-establish it. So the crosswalk can also be used as where vehicles should stop. So if there's no presence of a stop bar, then the crosswalk is where you're supposed to stop, at a stop sign or a signal.
As you know, especially as a bike rider, people don't always stop behind that crosswalk. I almost got hit by a car the other day, pulling right into the crosswalk with the stop sign. How frequently do stop bars need to be repainted? And how much does it cost to do that? I mean, is it every 3 years? Is it every 3 months? I mean, it doesn't seem like closing it for a half hour, throwing some paint down there and opening it back up seems like a huge
Well, you're
burden.
talking about how many locations in the city? Thousands? We just don't have the staff capability to go and keep them refreshed everywhere, so we made that decision. We do put them in where we feel there's specific issues where people aren't stopping, but you'll see oftentimes people don't stop for a stop bar either, any different than a crosswalk. So it's not a fail-safe for sure.
Oh, and it's definitely not a
Right.
fail-safe. but
It's just a
one
stripe.
more. And how long would one potentially last that you put it down?
Less than a year.
So every year they need to be repainted?
And the reason they do require more maintenance is because, unlike the crosswalks, vehicle tracks are going over them. And that's why we've included it here as a tool. It's not to say that it should be unanimously applied across all crosswalks at this point, but there are certain locations where that was a concern. Runyon's another good example of that, where on those minor streets, there are drivers that are encroaching on that crosswalk, and there's a lot of activity. And so just having a line to give a defined spot to try to pull vehicles a little further back from those minor street stop signs in those select locations could be appropriate. That goes along with daylighting, which is a term we use to say no parking near the intersection. From my understanding, this is an ordinance that you're not allowed to park within 20 to 30 feet of a crosswalk or an intersection. However, that's also something that can just go out the wayside if it's not signed or enforced. And so daylighting is a tool that can be used through additional striping or bollards. You see a little picture here. There's both a curb version and then one that's kind of striped in paint and post, where you're physically restricting people from being able to park in that area right near the crosswalk, which again is just to improve site visibility and try to give some distance and some space so that that crosswalk is as comfortable as possible.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was just curious about like other daylighting ordinances and how, close or restrictive ours is, I guess, comparatively speaking to other locations. Are we relatively tight on that? And is there possibility for expanding it? Obviously, that comes all with cost and trade-off.
Yeah, I mean, we feel that ours is very tight in a lot of areas, and that's one of the approaches we've been taking in a lot of areas for crosswalks with either pilot projects or as we implement permanent projects, is to create that daylighting that Ray's talking about. Make sure that there's plenty, it's more significant when you have multiple lanes of traffic, because if someone stops in the near lane, someone in the far lane might not see a pedestrian if they're too close to a crosswalk. So that's why we like to keep them back a little ways, keep that angle open so the pedestrians can see cars coming and cars can see a pedestrian, even if there's other blockages. So if you create that bigger window, and that's what we're trying to do in a lot of areas, and that's one of the recommendations that's going to happen around schools too that we're going to implement.
I guess would a policy change from council with regards to that particular ordinance have an impact on that? Or are we just kind of, I mean, obviously conditions are so site specific. I don't know if an ordinance in and of itself is, making that change is particularly the right solution. I just wanted to get some thoughts on that.
Right. Well, what police use as a guidance is the model traffic code and what it has in it. So it has specific distances from driveways, from intersections, from crosswalks, different things. We try and go beyond that when we put in things, especially when you're talking about crosswalks that are vulnerable, that around schools, multiple lanes, those type of things, and we try and make it even bigger than the model traffic code.
Yeah, I would say if, as you progress through this process and you notice that there's the opportunity to make a modification to that ordinance to expand it out to match a lot of the temporary and permanent infrastructure that's going in as more of the standard, then I would just say, make sure to bring that in front of us so we can make those changes sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I just want to be careful because it might set us up for a situation where we have a bunch of conditions out there that aren't conforming then as soon as the day we put that forward, so.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I guess that, exactly, yeah.
And we did see, just in observations, that ordinance is in place now. It's certainly not being adhered to, and there is at some point it could be enforceable. Even if it is enforceable, there's a resource question, right? So adding some physical elements to a crosswalk to help improve that just supports the enforcement piece and the policy piece. But thank you for raising that.
Yeah, I would say that daylighting is a challenge around a lot of intersections in Littleton. And I would welcome an opportunity to prioritize that, and kind of what is the council's role in doing that, and in increasing enforcement for all the different things. And it's not just parking, it's vegetation, it's fences, and I think there's intersections where daylighting is a problem that are not in our school zones, that may be near churches or other places that have a lot of traffic. And so I would be excited is the wrong word. I would be interested for us to continue to focus on that in the future. I'm not actually, but I think it's important.
Great. Just the last bullet point on here, traffic calming features. There is a supplemental project that's helping to establish what the preferred traffic calming elements are, but there are a couple tools in the toolbox specific to crosswalks I want to highlight here because they will show up in recommendations. One is a speed table or a raised pedestrian crosswalk. That is the one on the left, which is a little red. What that is a crosswalk that's at grade level for the sidewalk as opposed to pedestrians coming down into the street to cross. You all just got a few new, beautiful, bright, shiny ones of those in downtown Littleton. So if you've driven that street, you know exactly what these are. They definitely require vehicles to slow down for the sake of their own self-interest, but they also help elevate pedestrians to increase visibility. So there's a lot of benefit to those raised crosswalks. They have challenges related to installation, drainage, etc., maintenance, but they're a great tool. And then curb extensions or pinch points is something that will come up in recommendations on a school-specific level. That's what's shown with kind of that yellow. I have it big enough to cover the daylighting piece also because that kind of kills two birds with one stone there, where you can extend the curb out so that people couldn't park there if they wanted to. But what you're doing is not only helping with that daylighting, but you're also visibly narrowing the roadway, which is more likely to get people to slow down just because of the visible perception of that kind of pinch point, requiring them to slow down to be able to navigate that. And with a tightened turn radius, it just requires, again, for their own self-interest and their own vehicle's sake, they need to go a little slower to navigate those intersections.
Just have a quick question about crosswalks in general, and thinking kind of big picture, not necessarily the school zone, but the fact that the school district has a 1 mile radius for walking for elementary and middle school. And how do we rectify that when, the school district is basically telling everyone that lives within a mile to walk to school, and we don't have that many crosswalks? I know my daughter walks to school by herself, crosses 8 streets before she gets to the crosswalk, which is the first one that's within the school district, within the school zone. And so has there been any discussion looking beyond school zones and adding crosswalks more often? I know months ago we had someone come and talk about Windermere. There's not a crosswalk for miles to get across Windermere.
And yes, the answer is yes, that we are addressing that. The first step was the school zone signs, or the school route signs, I should say, that we just finished installing around the city and are still making sure those are all in the correct location. That was the step one. And that was, that came after a review of the school routes with LPS to make sure that those were the most up-to-date ones of how they wanted to encourage people to walk and bike to school. So we've placed all the signs along those. The next step that we want to go to is to look at the sidewalks along those, the crossings and stuff, to make sure that those are upgraded and are safer as well. We can only do so much so quickly, but
So,
that is the intent. yes.
Along the
school
the
routes, the
that are on there.
designated
Okay,
school routes,
great.
yep.
Thank you.
So on the next few slides, I just have a couple draft schematics that just kind of visually show the different elements we talked about. This is an unsignalized crosswalk. We've obviously got our striped crosswalk on the ground. I've got a pinch point on one side because there's right-of-way and space for it, and then vehicles can park on the side of the road north of that crosswalk. It's a little hard to see here, but the crosswalk is not centered in that pinch point, intentionally so that there's more of that daylighting component. So if a vehicle was to park approaching that crosswalk, there would still be more visibility there. We've got signage on both sides of that crosswalk with the arrow plaques indicating, just for drivers' visibility, where they can expect students to be crossing. And then this also has two kind of those gateway signs, is what I'll refer to them as, which you see on Littleton streets, which is that kind of state law yield to pedestrians that has a traffic calming benefit also, without kind of the larger scale infrastructure piece. Next is just a theoretical example of a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, or an RFB. A lot of the same, this example shows it with that raised pedestrian crosswalk and the yield markings, so you can see how those might look. And then we've got the RFB signage that again is signed on both sides of the roadway so that there's peak visibility. And then lastly, just a pedestrian signal, which could be installed as needed with stop bars. In this example, we're showing the S1-1 signage on the mast arm, and then we're also showing additional school crosswalk signage with the arrow plaques on the poles themselves. Again, just for the visibility piece of it. Okay. I'm not going to talk about recommendations for each school specifically. That's in the draft packet and the draft report you saw, but I do just want to talk at a high level with what our objectives were for coming up with those recommendations. So again, this is getting beyond the school beyond the school zone and the off-site signage, and just more best practices in terms of recommendations we were making for both on school campus, but also functionality and operations, just to try to make sure circulation is moving. Because while our objective is safety, a driver that is waiting in traffic that isn't moving and is a frustrated driver is an unsafe driver. They're more likely to make erratic movements. Circulation patterns also help just kind of keep traffic flow going if the traffic gets too far. Runyon's another great example of that. We start to see downstream impacts that also impact safety well beyond the school zone there. So trying to make sure circulation is flowing. But just to talk through a couple of the kind of key goals of these recommendations. One, reducing turning conflicts. Anytime a vehicle is turning across a place that a pedestrian could be crossing, it's a potential crash. So anytime we can try to avoid turning movements is a good thing. I'm going to keep giving examples from Runyon, Easter Place. During school time, they're not allowing lefts onto a lottie, and so that's one less turning movement out there, one less potential conflict. We're also trying to minimize the interaction with pedestrians and vehicles and bicyclists. This looks like wider sidewalks. It looks like buffered bike lanes, all great things, but also limited with real world constraints like right-of-way and the trade-off of on-street parking. So trying to provide the buffer space between those pedestrian and bicycle facilities. Couple last points here, improved traffic flow. I talked about this a bit, that enhanced efficiency of a drop-off lane has a lot of indirect safety benefits in addition to just everyone getting to school a little more cheerful. So just trying to streamline pickup and drop-off operations. I think this was on, oh, it wasn't, so I'll talk about it here. One approach to improving traffic flow is to avoid left turns. So trying to come up with, is there a circulation pattern we can make work that kind of only uses right turns, because that's not going to result in as much conflict and backup. So just an approach to traffic flow that we looked at that at each school. And then lastly, just a plug for safe walking and biking. This is, somebody will walk or bike to school if they feel safe doing so, and if they have the infrastructure to support that, but also if there's a culture that supports that, and encouragement behind that, and education behind how to appropriately navigate a pedestrian signal, for example. So this is a lot of pieces, but it really gets on the culture piece that Aaron referenced. Prior to our discussion, there was the idling conversation. There's impacts to trying to get people out of their single occupancy vehicles and onto a sidewalk or a bike lane well beyond safety. But the fewer drivers we can get on the road, the less conflicts there are, the less backup effects there are in that drop-off lane, and there's strength in numbers as well. So just trying to encourage that mode of transportation for school pickup and drop-off. Lastly, before I hand it over to Aaron, just to hit on schedule specific to this project, we talked through kind of all of these stages today, but just so you can see visually where we're at, we did kick things off in the spring, got through those observations, end of the school year, had that safety summit, dove into recommendations, did a lot of workshops with city staff to get through those, put those out as draft, and then implementation has been underway since. We're right now kind of right in the middle of that final recommendations and documentation phase. Right, I'll give it to Aaron.
We just want to talk a little bit about other things going on related to the school zone study. And City Manager referenced this before. There's a lot of other things we're going on. Tim talked about this early on in the project, that this is just one step, again, in the Safer Streets Littleton effort. One thing that we want to talk about specifically that we're looking at right now is Elati Street and Euclid Avenue, those two corridors in specific. There's a couple things that we are doing with those two corridors for a variety of reasons that we've picked those. But what I wanted to touch on a little today is on Elati between basically Peakview, which is just north of Euclid, about a block and a half, all the way down to Briarwood, which is just north of Ridge. So kind of that section, and we're also looking at Euclid, which goes right in front of both Euclid Middle School, but then also is the access for options. We're looking at that section from Elati all the way to the Highline Canal, and what we're looking to do is kind of what we call either pilot projects or quick build projects, where we're testing out different equipment out there to try and make things a little safer. So it's adding to the traffic calming that's out there. So we mentioned before that we have this traffic calming evaluation that's going on right now. Also, we wanted to start testing some things out while that evaluation is going on so that we can start collecting data sooner. This is an example you're seeing up here, and this is just a draft that's in work, but basically what we're trying to do, we know that the traffic circles have become a big concern from a lot of residents around the city. So we're looking at what we can do around those to make cars actually have to abide by the slower speeds that they're intended to create by putting them in at intersections. So the particular one here you're looking at is Lottie and Arapahoe. And what the different markings represent, either yellow or white, are physical pieces of infrastructure that we would put in to test out that limit where a vehicle can go. Now, obviously, this isn't permanent infrastructure, so a vehicle could go over them if it really wanted to, but it's to test out if we were to put more what we call hardened center lines or hardened lines, so it's not just a stripe, but a physical, either something that's on the ground or in the form of a bollard or delineator that's sticking up, so it's a vertical reference also. It'll make people, in theory, slow down as they go through here. What we are observing out there now is that they're cutting through the bike lane because there's nothing to stop them because it's just striping. So by putting in these elements, we're hoping that it can slow them down while still maintaining the control of the intersection. So again, I don't want to be confused by traffic calming versus traffic control. So control is stop signs, yield signs, signals. Calming is putting in elements that force vehicles to slow down for a variety of reasons. And usually what you want to do is either move them horizontally, create a shift, or vertically, right? Like what Ray was talking about with like raised crossings that we've put in downtown and stuff. You get that vertical shift. It makes people slow down. Same thing with a horizontal shift, which is the concept of a traffic circle. So we're testing this out at a couple of the traffic circles, but then we're also doing some of the other elements that Ray and Tim both talked about, where we're creating the daylighting around some of these crosswalks with similar infrastructure also, or around intersections. We're testing out if we make it a lot more visible around those crosswalks and make the turns a little more difficult. People can't really rush through an intersection now. They have to go slow, deliberately make their right or left turn. It makes them look for and watch out for pedestrians at the same time, is the theory. So we're going to be testing these out. We also, as Tim mentioned, are going to be kicking off an Lottie street corridor study. It's kind of the first one we picked that we could handle this year in advance of that ATIP grant that Tim talked about also that we pursued that is going to look at 9 other corridors in the city. So Lottie is just the first one that we want to kind of kick off, get a sense of what do we want to really study on these corridors, because it's not just about schools, it's not just about traffic calming and speed, but looking forward to how do we want to treat our roadways in the future. And I think Josh talked about that in his 3 minutes earlier, is that we want to be intentional about how we look at our corridors. It's not just about cars, it's not just about traffic, what type of land use is on those streets. It's not just about schools, right? It could be parks, it could be other destinations, our museums, our libraries, all of those type of things, churches. So we want to make sure that we're treating this whole corridor, or looking at the whole corridor to see what should it be ultimately, what do we want it to be for serving our purposes. So that's the intent of those corridor studies that will be coming up also. As a part of those, we also try and save a little funding so that we can start design on some early action. So similar to what Ray was talking about when we were talking to the schools, there's low-hanging fruit, things they can do really quickly and easily to make changes, and then there's bigger things, right, that take more funding, more planning, more design. So we want to kick off some of those right away as we come out of these corridor studies, because we don't want them to be a planning document that just sits somewhere. We want to kick right from, okay, we've studied it, we know what it needs to be, now let's start designing what we want to change about it. So that'll be a part of those corridor studies as well.
Councilmember Ryden?
So is that going to include these traffic circles?
Oh,
as part of that?
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, those are being evaluated both by the traffic calming evaluation that we're doing right now, but then yes, as we do the corridor studies, what we hope to take is what we've learned from the school zone evaluation, what we learned from the traffic calming evaluation, and apply those concepts onto these corridors that we're studying.
So if we're studying the traffic circles, why are we also adding some of the pilots to those traffic circles? Like, I feel like that is good, it might give mixed data.
Well, partly one, because that traffic calming study is not going to be done for several months yet, and we wanted to do something to test out both for the sake of that moving forward, because if it comes back and says traffic circles are good and we should be using them in a variety of locations around the city, we want to know, okay, but is it just a matter of putting a circle in the middle of the road, or are there other elements that need to go with it? A lot of our circles today, you'll notice, have kind of curb bump outs along them. In this particular case, along Elodie, a couple of years ago, we took those out because we wanted to prioritize bicycles. And those bump outs were not previously designed to allow bicycles to get around them. So we changed that and restriped it. Lessons learned from that, people are cutting through the bike lanes like we talked about. So now we're coming back and trying to put other elements to understand what is the best design for how people drive and operate in Littleton that'll work effectively in the future, so that we can have a design that works everywhere.
Councilmember Reichert?
So I appreciate all this work, and I want to go back to what you said earlier, Aaron, is that we're trying for a cultural change. Mm-hmm. And I'm worried that this work is a little bit disconnected with our communication strategy around it. I believe, quite frankly, we literally need to teach people how to deal with the new crosswalks in town. And we need a video where you say, if you see somebody standing there, you stop. If you see somebody standing here, you don't stop. I mean, literally, we need instruction around how to navigate these new things we're putting on the streets and how we're supposed to behave. I mean, I think, I appreciate that what we're trying to do is kind of force people to slow down by narrowing things, but I think it would also be really valuable to communicate to people, hey, everybody, the whole point of this is so you would slow down. Like, this is what we're trying to do. And I don't think we're going to reach that cultural shift that you envisioned and the Transportation Mobility Board envisioned during their conversation unless we do communication and enforcement. And we've talked about enforcement, and I think we have some challenges around having enough resources going to traffic enforcement, and I want to continue that conversation as well. So,
no, I really appreciate that. You're absolutely right, and that's something that we are working on very closely with our communication group to start establishing how do we tie all these pieces together. And that kind of is a great segue to the last slide here, because I know the other topic that's come up quite often with City Council is, what's the right speeds in Littleton in general. We want to look at speed limits overall for the whole city, and I know there's an interest in potentially looking at a 20 is plenty or another concept like that. And I know the TMB presented to City Council about our version of Vision Zero, which we see as part of Safer Streets Littleton. And what I want to emphasize about that is exactly what you're saying. It doesn't just happen with infrastructure or engineering changes. It has to be tied into education and enforcement also. And so as we move forward with Safer Streets Littleton, that's something that we're continuing to develop, is what is that communication strategy? We're continuing every month to keep increasing the amount of both articles and social media output that our communication group does. David Gilbert in the communication group has been working very closely with Public Works to kind of, how do we message that appropriately? And so I feel like we're learning as a staff along with them the right way to say things, the right way to communicate. And the effort that we're going to present to you in October, which is what I referenced at the bottom of this, because we're coming back to you on October 15th to kind of present the overall Safer Streets Littleton. Where are we now and where are we going? That's a big part of what we want to talk to you about, is that communication side. Because we think it starts not only from the city staff, but reaching out to a lot of champions and champion groups within our community. So that's reaching out to whether it's, Littleton Social Cycle or Vibrant Littleton, church groups, whatever it is, we want to establish all those different ways of spreading the word. And so you make a really good point that communication is kind of the heart of it, and that's what we're going to be working on very hard moving forward in 2025. So that's our presentation for today.
Council, any questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
First off, thank you guys so much for all the work that you have put into it. And my questions aren't really actually alluding to anything you have on your presentation. We are giving staff. I think, it showed through, especially in this council's budget discussion, how much this is a priority for us as a city. We need to build some substantial chops in terms of being able to support, the work that you are proposing from a financial and a staffing perspective. That is not lost on any of us, that the changes that we are asking for do come with not just trade-offs, but essentially we need to be able to grow into this and make it more part of our DNA. And I think a huge component of that is obviously all the work that has gone into assessing areas based on the data that you collect about where to do things. And we've now arrived at a place where we are now starting to propose potential solutions. And I would say, in my mind, something that is going to help me as a council member and future council members be able to really make very good data-driven and rational decisions about where to invest our limited resources in this work is to have a monitoring and evaluation plan of the work that is ultimately being implemented in either a temporary or permanent fashion, to allow us to know where to make additional permanent investments or where to refocus efforts and funding, or to assess, alternatives in other solutions. And knowing that this finalized document that you are providing is a baseline template, and that there is still many, many years of data and research that we are going to be collecting at each of these individual school sites. And I would say, that is actually, to me, that is an extremely challenging thing. So I would say, in the upcoming October sessions and sessions beyond, the more you can speak to the metrics by which you're evaluating the efficacy of the work that we're implementing and helping us redirect the funding and staffing and effort to the projects that are going to have the greatest impact on our community, is something I'm really looking forward to. I know that is in and of itself a complex and large ask, but I do want to say, this city has now put together its first capital improvements plan. It can be done, and I hope we can build this kind of monitoring and evaluation and looking for that effectiveness into the same kind of DNA that we are looking at for our long-term infrastructure and capital planning work in general. So thank you guys again. And I'm looking forward to seeing kind of what are the results of the things that we are seeking to implement.
I feel like you just said, thank you for doing that heavy lift, now do another.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Yeah, if I could just reiterate what I've been talking about for a long time. This is a lot of great work. Thank you. I really believe, enforcing the speed limit will take care of a lot of this. If that even just means putting a police car out there with their lights on, that tends to get people's attention. So, again, I'm going to encourage Doug and his team to be vigilant.
Village people? What? Is that what you're trying to say?
About speed control. Thanks.
Anyone else, council? Yeah, I just want to say thank you, all. You guys, I want to echo what Josh said in his comments, and you guys have done a lot of good work, a lot of hard work, and it's not lost on us that, this is important for us and the community, and I want you to know that we appreciate it, and we, understand that you also are doing your other job, part of the other parts of your job too, and it's not just focusing on this. So there's a lot of good stuff in here, and really appreciate it. And thank you for answering our questions. I know we're getting into some heavy stuff, very detailed stuff with this, and we're not experts on traffic codes or traffic calming or things like that. So it's important to have that discussion and make sure we understand why you're recommending what you're recommending, because you guys are the experts, and we appreciate you, and you're doing a lot of good work. And I know you both have extra connection to this because you both live in Littleton too, so that's also not lost on us too. So, but thank you for everything that did. It was a great presentation, and we're looking forward to you guys keep up the good work.
Yeah, and, I'd like to just say we really appreciate how engaged City Council is, because without you pushing us to do these different things, this wouldn't happen, and without the funding to make some of these things happen. And I think the approach we're trying to take, you make really good points that we don't have the funding to do everything, right? So it is about how can we communicate in other ways to train people, and if it's with videos or whatever else, we're open to ideas, certainly, because we want to make this as effective as you do for the same reason you just said. We both live in the city. And I think kudos should go out to, we are do a really good job of hiring some really talented consultants to help us. Obviously, even though we're experts, we don't have the time or that expertise at the level that someone like Ray has nationally to come in here and look at Littleton and really help us figure out what can we do to make that change, both from a physical standpoint and from a communication standpoint with and working with our schools. So,
And I think all that work is apparent with the community too. I know, a year ago, a community was hurt really bad and angry and wanted to move forward and felt like we were going slow and took a while to understand. And I think that, everyone out there is realizing that how much work it is and how much effort you guys are put into it, and it's really appreciated, so thanks. Okay, I guess we're done with that one. My computer died, so there are no public ordinances on second reading here. So we're on to item whatever it is, the executive session. Does anyone? I got a paper here if you want to. I got.
Yeah. No. Oh, I move to go into executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-402 sub 4 FI and Article 3, sections 27 of the city charter for a purpose of discussing performance evaluation process for the city manager and city attorney.
Second?
Have a motion and a second by Councilmember Reichert to adjourn into executive session. Any discussion, council? If not, voting is open.
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. City Council has voted 7-0 in favor of going into executive session for the purpose of discussing performance evaluation process for the city manager and city attorney. No formal action can occur in an executive session. At the conclusion of executive session, council will return to the regular meeting in the council chamber where we will have no further business to discuss. We are adjourned into executive session. All right, with no further business, we are adjourned at 10:35.